Hey Evan,
What?
did I ever tell you how excited I am for a title screen that isn't loud as sin?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Probably should have gotten in the game before this, but you know, whatever.
Whatever.
Before starting the stream. My veteran reward rank is 2. I don't even really know what that means, but also I don't even know how far it goes.
There's 4.
Only 4?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of lame. Anyway, guess where I spawned in?
The golden saucer?
He's right.
I'm right.
Which also happened to remind me to share the screen.
Cool.
Okay, so
So,
should I even? I was thinking about this. I'm like, should I even bother with this? Let's just, you know what? Let's go to Onokoro. You want to fly around and get more Aether Currents?
I guess if that's what you want.
You make it sound like I'm like forcing you to do it.
I guess if that's what you want. Aether Currents feels like a thing you would do during times you log on to get Cactpot and not play the game that much.
No, Evan, this is content, you know?
You don't have to do all of it. Gavin does a whole bunch of stuff just fiddling around.
Yeah, that's because Gavin is doing it wrong.
No, he's doing it right. You can play a game whenever.
305 to the west? Hold on. We aren't in a party. Whoa, how am I supposed to get in your car if you don't consider me your friend? Evan already knows where all the settings are.
No, I just right-clicked you as a player.
What?
Because you're right next to me. You can go through the menu.
Wow, they thought of everything.
But if you're actually standing next to each other, you can just right-click the person and join the party. Where are we going? West?
West, but 300, I think. Oh, let me shrink Discord here. There we go.
Cool.
Wow, there it is on that rock. I could have sworn I've been here. But yeah, whatever.
In fact, you have. You just didn't get it.
I wouldn't be surprised if I just cut through over there. Then went right past this whole area right here. 468 to the west. Wow, I feel like I'm an American in 1902.
That's time. It's not up here. This is just a flying spot.
Which is interesting.
There's probably a mining spot there for miners.
Do they like have that? It's like, oh, if you fly, then you get this special privilege. Oh, it's on the edge of that cliff where that horse is.
That's a person.
Oh, that's a horse.
With the person on it.
Oh no, now Jiro Shinji is gonna know that we're cheating. 1,155 to the east. Well, geez, game, make up your mind. Evan, have you given any thought to changing the company name?
It's not mine to change still.
Because, like, my friends have a free company, and their tag is bread, and I think that it's much better. I wish I remembered what the full name was. Actually, maybe I can find out while we're flying.
Semicolon.
Semicolon?
Yeah. Is the button for FC.
Oh, I mean for my friends, yeah.
Alright, I thought you were like, what was ours again? I still wanted to call it the Flavor Brigade and have the tag be flavor. Is it anywhere up here on this platform?
Oh, sorry. It's nothing here. Oh, it's below us, behind us, on the rocks. It's always on the rocks, isn't it? Well, this is more like coral, isn't it? Uh-oh. Oh, I'm dead, Evan. Oh. I think that their free company is called Limited Breadsticks, if I'm reading this right. We could have a silly name like that.
The Flavor Brigade.
737 to the south. I mean, nothing's stopping us from calling the free company Super Monkey Ball 2, is it?
Unless there already is a Super Monkey Ball 2, because that's a pretty good one.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Have you tried just like asking the person? It's like, hey, I kind of want to change our free company to the Flavor Brigade. Is that okay with you? Sometimes.
No, I can't do that.
Sometimes communication is the best thing, you know? And then if they say no, then we know for sure. And then if they say yes, then we have a better name. And then if they say no, then you say, I guess there's no accounting for taste.
And do it anyway.
No. That's not part of the deal, though. That is what I would do. Now what? Now if I said that and someone said no, then I wouldn't do it, because then they'd see eventually and go, excuse me? You're fired. Oh wait, no, you're the one who can do the firing, right?
Yeah, but eventually I think he's gonna ask for being in charge back. Even though he only plays like twice a year.
Okay, so here's what you do. You ask, and if he says no, then you respect that. But then when he asks for leadership back, you say no, and then you're even.
Is it in here somewhere? I don't know.
I'm not seeing it. This is where I would expect it to be. Do you want to land and
Give me another check.
48 to the east. It's probably on a rock or something. That's not the run button. I was like, whoa, what the fuck?
I think it's to your right. Probably over on this end. Because it was 48 to the east. That's not far.
Like, you think it'd be behind the rocks or something? It's like, oh, no one's ever gonna go back here. And then you get them. 101 to the northwest. It has to be on this rock, right? Like,
get in the car.
Wait, but no, there's no way. How are you supposed to get on there?
I want to see. I want to just look from high up.
And then it just unrenders itself.
Is it up on this cliff edge, actually?
No.
To your right?
To the right. Let's see. See, I don't see it, but it has to be somewhere here. There it is. Oh, there it is. It's on the...
Okay, so you're supposed to actually go from over here.
The ramp.
The ramp.
Look, another player.
A player there.
Oh, they're queuing. They're having a nice view of these disgusting low poly mushroom coral islands.
Not only are they queuing, they are currently fishing as well.
What? How do you even see that?
Well, they're a fisher. They aren't technically fishing at the moment because they aren't doing fishing, but they are a fisher, so I'm assuming they were fishing a little bit earlier.
I see. Because I'm like, they're doing the Danganronpa pose. That doesn't really look like fishing. "16 to the west." Oh yeah, okay. Right. Just trying to be a little optimal there. Kind of failed. 307 to the southwest. Have you ever flown on Southwest 7?
No, I've never been on a plane.
Hashtag ad. Really?
Nope.
We should go on a plane adventure.
Where?
I don't know. We can go anywhere. That's the... Well, not now, but, you know, in the future, we could go anywhere.
Which direction are we going for the next one?
Southwest. Like the airline.
Oh yeah, you said that. That's why we had this conversation.
I feel like
I
that's
didn't listen to the first part.
I feel like that's the only reason I remembered that we had to go southwest. So I'm helping myself out there.
How much southwest?
I think it was like 300 or something. I could just look actually. 307. It's gotta be somewhere on these. What do you even call these things? Atolls? Are these atolls?
I think so. Something like that. Give me another peek.
386 to the southeast.
We went too far this way.
I mean, surely there's gotta be one near like the top of the volcano, right?
You can't get to the top of the volcano.
What the heck?
This is as far as you can get. Hang on. Well, actually, you can fly up here.
It's like in
And then there's an invisible wall.
Man, really? You can't even fly to the top?
Invisible wall. I'm bumping into it.
Do you think it's like Corona Mountain where they didn't render anything? No, that's not true. The inside of Corona Mountain is actually rendered. Super Mario Sunshine wins again, baby. That's like got to be one of the #1 things that you'd want to fly up to the top of, and then they do that. First of all, how dare they? Second of all, how dare they?
This one's tough. It shouldn't be tough.
79 to the south.
Wait, is it down here?
It's inside of the volcano, probably.
It's not. Is it down here, where I am right now? Somewhere around these area.
Hold on, I'm coming. Oh, there it is, behind this rock. $694 to the north. I'm gonna be the guy that puts the Aether Currents on the map. Who do you think does that?
I don't know.
What's that like ticking noise?
I don't know. How far north?
My water bottle. 600 and something north.
Now that's a person fishing.
Look at that. Why is their icon sad?
I don't remember what that icon means.
What does your current icon mean?
The flag?
The flag that's moving a box on a little wheeled carrier.
That's party leader. It's actually the letter L in a box. If you look at the party list, you can see I have the letter L next to my name. It's next to my job icon.
Okay, hold on.
Nope. Where you would heal me. See the
Look at that.
L, and that's the flag. It means I'm in a party, and it has the L. That's what the icon is.
Okay,
Party leader.
It's the negative space, but it really doesn't look like that when it's next to your name. Like, you have to really, you have to like cross your eyes and then see it like that. Watching a cutscene, huh?
Give me another one.
302 south.
Little too far north.
Can you imagine if there was a Rust MMO? And like, you would be watching a cutscene, and then when you got out of the cutscene, your character would be dead?
Rust technically is an MMO, it's just not an RPG.
Okay, an MMORPG.
Is it around here anywhere?
Not seeing it. $127 to the west.
Okay. It's on that island over there, I'm pretty sure.
See, when I say I'm not seeing it, that gives me plausible deniability. Hey, guess where it is?
It's on that island over there.
No, it's on a rock.
But on the island.
Dunk, 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 dunk. 1,046 to the southwest. Jeez, this game's a little crazy. Why and how is my water bottle ticking? Actually, I should, while we're flying, I should turn the lights on. Apparently, there's gonna be a flood in an hour.
Uh-oh.
So I guess if that kills the internet, which I doubt it will, but who knows,
Oh no.
then you'll know why. While we're flying, whoops, bonk the mic.
Check from here.
515 to the south.
Okay. It's on the other end of the volcano island. I remember this one, I think.
Oh yeah, it's a severe thunderstorm, and you know on the Weather Channel when the times are in red text, which means that it's gonna be real bad. I'm not seeing it.
Wait. I got it, maybe. Around the corner.
Evan, guess where it is?
It's on a rock.
It's on a rock.
So in the couple Garavania places, it's been on cliffs or bridges, but in the ocean, it's on rocks because that's mostly all there is rocks.
Evan, we're free for now. Where do you want to go? The Azim Steppe, Yanxia,
Yansha.
or the peaks?
The peaks, you just need to do quests.
You're right. Never mind then. Evan, it's your pick.
We're going to Yansha.
All right. Wait. How did I even get to that? Right.
In fact, we're just gonna go there.
Oh, okay.
It's the next area.
But how far away is it? I don't know, that's pretty far.
Hang on, is your map clear now, or is there any areas left that are uncovered? Oh, it's that one. It's that two. No, I'm doing those now.
Okay, Evan.
They're
It's so
bugging me.
it's so curious how it's just like that.
Volcano. This is a volcano.
This is a volcano. What do they call Iggy in that cartoon? Isn't it Cheatsy or something?
I think so.
So stupid. Cheatsy. Well, while we're flying. Oh wait, right. I closed Chrome because it probably causes problems with this game. But it's okay, that's what the phone is for. Bling. It was Larry Koopa, of course. It is Cheatsy. So stupid. Evan, are you sure you don't want to just teleport there? This windshield looks like it wouldn't work. But what do I know about convertibles? Actually, thinking on it, this isn't really much of a convertible because it has actual back seats that are comfortable. But then again, I guess that's where the fantasy part of Final Fantasy 15 comes in.
Yes. Give it a look.
321 yalms to the south. This area was visually interesting, but I don't think I was a fan of the music.
Is it up here?
Not seeing it.
This was south. But maybe it's a little more southwest from here.
133 to the east.
Oh, it's even further east.
Actually, technically it would be farther because it's actual distance.
It's behind this rock. No, it's on
You
this rock.
fool! Have you learned nothing? Is the car okay?
Yeah, you wouldn't let me leave yet.
$546 to the west. I don't even remember this part of the song.
West.
I can't even tell if this is a floating rock or not. No, it's just very strange. There it is.
It's the top of the village.
.309 to the southwest. I remember this song.
That's the town song. Back to this one.
Dun, 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 dun. Remember when just navigating this place normally? Oh, there it is. Was a problem.
I feel like you were up in this area earlier. And
Yeah,
you
me
just
too.
didn't
I feel
collect
like
it.
there
This
was
is where
a child up here.
yeah, this was when the child was up here, and then her brother in orange came and was like, "We don't want to fight the Empire. We're
Naruto.
sad."
597 to the southwest. Geez, were a Realm Reborn areas this big?
No, they weren't. They added like 20. A Realm Reborn was like 20 small areas, and then
Are you okay? Sounds like you fell over.
I was interrupted.
Ah. You think it's in the middle of the bridge?
Yes. No, actually, you can't get up there without the car, though. But it's probably around here. I don't know.
.126 to the west. Final Fantasy XIV hard mode where you have to find all the aether currents without the compass. Oh, it's on the other decaying part of the bridge. Obviously.
Yes, that's why I remembered the bridge. But, yeah, a Realm Reborn had like 20 areas that were much smaller. So then starting in Heavensward, they were like, we had 6 areas in an expansion. But since that's not 20 areas, they're all really big areas. They're like 3 times bigger than the biggest A Realm Reborn area, all of them.
Because bigger is better.
And you don't want a small world, you want a big, important world. Where were we going again?
We were going 242 to the northwest.
It's up here around this area.
Probably near this building. Maybe behind it. Oh no, it's just there on the balcony chilling. I don't think we ever went here. Like, not even close to this place.
We
Right?
didn't. This is actually a dungeon that you can do in the post game, but it's not part of the story.
So we'll be back. Wait,
Eventually.
hold on, we didn't we didn't compass.
Hey, this area is also called the Swallow's Compass, and guess what? The dungeon is called the Swallow's Compass.
I'm gonna swallow my compass. 231 to the east. You ever look at the headlights of this car and go, wow, these are probably useless?
They aren't. They're better in Final Fantasy 15.
Are they bigger and like... Oh, there it is. Oh, good thing I've been looking around, even though it's been destroying my hand. Oh my god, I can fly here now.
That's because you did all the flying quests here.
I kind of remember that, actually. Now we're going to the other place. Evan knows what it is.
The Azim Step.
Can we even get there from here?
Yes.
Don't tell him about the map.
What? Oh, I'm gonna too late. What's happening now?
Like, look at look at these just giant things that are blank. It's crazy. This was probably blank before we got the Aether Current there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
I'm gonna guess that there's an island down here. What the?
No.
What? Where's the boat take you then?
That takes you to the Doman Enclave.
The what?
The reason this area has an area, though, is because it does have an underwater part.
Kind of funny with a car. Wow, it's like we're dying.
But we're not.
I can truly live out my final fantasy. Okay, that's a bit dark. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. That's not even how I would want to go anyway.
What, a car at the bottom of the ocean?
Yes.
I told you, Mythbusters, or was this someone else who I said?
This
Mythbusters
was me.
says, in Mythbusters, you're supposed to wait till the pressure equalizes, have the windows closed, wait till it fills with water, then the pressure is going to be equal, so guess what? You're fine if you just, you know...
Or have one of those hammers.
Yeah. Then you can open the door without issue.
Wow, I love the scary Imperial music. That poor town still has it.
I mean, that town's abandoned. No one lives there. It's just an abandoned Imperial base now.
I think we should use it. And the funny portal.
Remember they've had that funny portal before. It was in A Realm Reborn when we killed that man.
You're gonna have to be a bit more specific on that one.
When it was the first time you ever did an 8-person thing, it was called Cape Westwind, and it was this one regular guy, and all 8 people killed him.
it's extremely specific, and yet also not very specific.
So that was when that was the one thing you did before you went to Castrum Meridium and the Praetorium. Is it Meridium? What's it called again? Castrum Meridianum?
I would have no idea, obviously.
Castrum Meridianum. I always call it Castrum Meridian or Castrum Meridianum or something like that.
Madame Moran.
It's always incorrect.
How would any normal person even get up on these little balconies here?
Flying.
They would just fly up here? They built this for flying? I mean, like, yeah, the lore reason. Look, they even have picnic tables. What's the lore reason for these? I think it's really funny.
I don't... Well, don't you remember these were this was, it's the wrong mount. This was regular architecture, but they turned it into a giant shield. Then when we broke the shield down, all the Confederacy was able to get through, so we could do Doma Castle over there.
But it's just like, you think like there would be cannons up here or something to defend the wall? Or something? This is a giant wall. But they're like picnic tables. Maybe it's just decorative, but then why are there picnic tables? Who put them there? It's probably in the Stormblood lore book being sold now for $50. Out of stock. Unless it's on eBay, where it's on sale for $263. Wonder if they're ever going to restock those. Because they restocked everything else. Hey kid, you like art? Wow, mapping the realm. Is this where the gay... Yeah, look at that. Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Gay lake.
This is what Pride Month is all about. And nothing else. I'm an American corporation, by the way. Authored.
What book?
What?
So you said authored, and I said what book?
Oh no, that's just what it said on the screen.
I know, but I made a joke.
Ah, it was a joke. I see. I thought you were asking like. I thought you had a very delayed response to the Final Fantasy XIV book. No, I got it. But...
It's authored. Like someone authored a book, but the actual continent is called authored.
That's where you go. Authored by whom?
I should have done that. That would be better. Where are we going?
I was just gonna wait for that. 322 to the west. The Yetis are better than these guys.
Wait, you're still on the ground. Nope, there you're good.
Teleports upward. Is this part of the map even filled in? No, it's just nothing. Oh my god, a new location. What the heck? There's like this completely unused cave. The whole town.
In fact, there's an entirely completely unused area you haven't been to, I don't think.
Evan, guess where it is?
Wait, it's on a rock, and I missed it.
Hey, we just went through that rock, by the way. Did you see that?
Where is it? There it is.
Oh, there's a fence. Curse you. Curse you. $523 to the northeast. I don't know where he went.
I didn't move.
Okay. I thought that you were hiding up in that little thing in the sky there. Is that an actual opening?
I can try it.
Take me with you.
Where was the crack?
Right there. Yeah, very descriptive, by the way.
Nope, that's not real.
It looks like it's clouded over with something. The cave was like, this is as far as you go.
Anyway, here's an area you can only get to if you're able to fly. And it's not used in the story or any patches or anything else.
What, here?
Yeah.
There's a teleporty place. What the heck?
Are you attuned to it? Or did I already attune?
Nope.
It's just to teleport to the west side of the map.
That's pretty interesting and funny.
It's this little town. I'm pretty sure there's probably gathering spots around here for mining and botany. Where are we? Wait, we did. Where are we going?
From the cave, 500. You know, yeah, this is better. 300 to the east. I like how the map shows this part of the cliff. Very strange.
Is it around here?
Apparently not. I gained experience points. So wait, you probably went over this a million times before, but for the new healer class in Endwalker, will I have to level that up, or will they put me at the level I'm basically supposed to be at?
Okay. Let me pull out the picture. Let me pull out the diagram. Where is it?
What is it like? Here's all the Endwalker information on a simple pictorama.
No, it's just. Where did I put it? It should be around here. So here's how they introduce jobs. Hey, you found it.
You made it.
Here's how they introduce jobs. All the jobs from A Realm Reborn start at level 1. During A Realm Reborn, the level cap was 50. In Heaven's Word, they raised the level cap to 60, which is the red bar. And they introduced 3 new jobs. Those jobs started at 30. So you had to level them a bit, but not from level 1. In Stormblood, they introduced Samurai and Red Mage that started at 50, but the job cap was 70. At Shadowbringers, they introduced Gunbreaker and Dancer. They started at 60. The job cap was raised to 80. So, can you guess what is going to happen to Sage and Reaper and Endwalker?
Am I really gonna have to level it up by 20 levels?
Yep. You're going to start at level 70 with Sage. And the level cap will be 90 in Endwalker.
Boo! Well, they gotta sell those rings somehow, right?
What rings?
Experience rings.
I mean, the brand new ring you get free. The earring that you get from pre-ordering Endwalker is another good source of EXP. Which direction? You didn't say.
Southwest 246.
Okay, I was going the wrong way.
What if I just started mixing up all the letters in the directive? So it was like 2, 4, west. No, wait, never mind. That wouldn't even work. It wouldn't be confusing enough. $164 to the north. It's probably on this cliff or in this cave. He's going over the edge of that cliff. Ah!
It's not just a cave, it's a tunnel.
Oh, wow. It's an aether tunnel. See, this is a good spot for an aether current. $661 to the southeast. How do you feel about the red and black motif of this car?
It's okay.
Do you feel like a gamer?
You didn't like the red and black of the FanFest logo either.
It's like they're like gamer colors, you know?
But you're a gamer.
Shadow the Hedgehog is a gamer.
He's a gamer too.
What a curious place. 110 to the east. I feel like it would be funny if our minions sat in the back seat. Oh, it's right there. I was really hoping that that would be the last one. It's 525 to the east. What's this guy typing over there?
Looking at stuff. The east.
E.
E.
Oh my god, is that the sapphire star right there?
No, that's just a star. Actually, if you did astrologian as a healer, because that's what healer, you would learn about the stars. That's the stars healer.
All I know about astrologian is
Cards.
yeah, it's 235 to the southeast. All I know is that my one friend was like, I was trying astrologian, but I didn't realize how it worked, so I spent basically an entire dungeon only buffing myself without realizing that you're supposed to like give the buffs to the other people. Just kind of thought that the buffs just went to everyone.
Nope, you gotta buff all your party members.
It'd be like the equivalent of me only healing myself and then going, why isn't the HP bar going up? Just kidding. I've done that many times. 133 is all of us.
Okay, we overdid it a little.
Are like the cards random? Are your skills to like pull certain cards? Oh, there it is in the ditch.
Yeah. So there are 6 cards, and they are random. The card mechanic, so White Mage's big job mechanic is the lilies, and it's just free heals. But the big mechanic with Astro is the cards. You can randomly get 6 cards. They used to all do different things, all 6 of them. But then they simplified it in Stormblood, which some people liked.
North.
And other people didn't like North. It was very controversial because now 3 of the cards do one thing, and the other 3 cards do a different thing, and that's it.
So you're saying it's basically 2 cards now?
It's basically 2 cards, but it's 3. And there's a different system later that actually makes all 6 cards matter in different ways, even though 3 do one buff and 3 do another. And it's all damage buff. North. Still more north. Hopefully it's around here somewhere.
Oh my god, a fate.
Wham bam thank you mammoth is what it said.
No, I thought you were just saying that.
Nope, that was the name of the fate. I think we overdid it. I think we passed it probably.
I missed the ravine from Snakewater in TF2. 334 to the east.
To the east.
Purple.
Purple. That's the color. It's colored purple.
Well, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, there it is. It just wasn't loaded in. Have they considered fixing this bridge?
Nah, I don't know.
Oh, you can't even go over there. That would explain it. Oh my god, 527 to the northwest. I thought we were done again. Shh.
Northwest.
Whoa, another flying person.
They're on a dragon mech.
Actually, I should probably grab this quest while we're here.
It probably has an aether current, I think.
And it's the last one.
Go chase after the sheep.
Oh God, we we only use the blowgun 2 times. Where else can we use it? We like programmed this whole thing in. Okay, where it's down there. Is that's kind of where we're going, right? Northwest by 118. What if it's on this cliff? Perhaps on a protrusion. I mean, it should be like around right here, right? 87 to the southeast? Okay. Jeez, make up your mind. Muju. No. What the heck? What to heck? $104 to the west. Oh, there it is. Look, it's on a protrusion on the cliff. Who would have guessed? Hey, do you want to fly me to the sheep? It's like to the left of the penis near the center. Oh, there's another one, so it's in between the 2 penises.
The penis.
Penises. There it is. It's kind of weird that these are like the only 2 on the map. No, come on, don't do this. Don't make me look at you. There we go. I was gonna say, what? Do you really want me to zoom in? Is that what you want me to do? What? Yeah, come on, man. Why are you looking at me like that? Die. What the heck? Am I missing something here? Thank God this
You're
dude
not.
gave me like 500 darts.
You're not leading your shots right.
No, they're going. That went right through.
Zoom even closer.
Is that what they wanted? They wanted zoom 100%. That's what they wanted.
Yeah. Hit the sheep.
Scam likely is calling me.
I hate that guy.
And then we load the sheep into the back seat of the car.
Yes, that is what we do.
How do I even describe this?
I know where it is.
Very casual uwu mouth. The bottom left side of it.
To me, it looks like Ditto, but only with one eye.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Ditto's face.
It took a while, but here it is. Oh, we're getting some lore. Wow, now I can fly in the Azim steppe. Man, that's some frightening thunder going on outside right now. Evan, I'm gonna die. Oh,
Now it's just 8 quests.
God, that's too many, dude.
Actually, I think it's 9. Because the Ruby Sea was 3, or I don't know, I didn't count. You had a menu open.
Give it to me. Right now. Ah yes, Eorzea, known for the Christmas clothes.
They don't... Christmas is Ishgard, remember? That's where it came from.
Not
They
according to
invented-
this dude.
Yeah, no, yes, according to this dude. Ishgard is in Eorzea, therefore Christmas is from Eorzea.
Oh yeah, I
Because
guess
it's
so.
from Ishgard.
It's like, Christmas, that name should be easy enough to remember. I wonder how.
Oh boy.
What is everyone doing there? What the heck? Uh-oh. It's the Minkus music. But what would you do with an arm? Come on, dude. I'm just standing there. I'm just standing here. Do they even know I'm here? Weird cartoon sound effects. Hello. This guy loves the bomb enemies. That's a person, not a right hand. Yeah, I was there when they described this 20 times. Oh, hey, look, it's authored.
Hooray.
Where are your manners? Say please. Okay. The problem with these wrist mouse pads is that if you happen to accidentally pour water under them, then the bottom becomes sticky for ever. I'm like, okay. And then it's like, man, that's gonna give everyone the wrong idea, haha.
Put it in the laundry.
I don't know about that one.
Maybe, you don't know.
Wow, they're just right here. Wait. This is... Okay, whatever.
That's a quest.
How unfortunate. God damn it. Which one was this?
That's to unlock the housing area in Japan. Just do it, it's like a minute.
I want to unlock the housing area in Ishgard.
That's in November. Actually, that's in... Well, technically it is already unlocked. You just can't buy a house there.
Wait, is this... Oh, son of a bitch.
No, actually decline this one because that's Hildebrand.
Oh, no!
How come you cannot tell when it's an exclamation mark?
I just look at the blue.
Oh my gosh. It's either an exclamation mark or the little arrow. Come on. Okay, so discard that quest. Just go into your journal.
Oh my god, look at this list. Oh god, where is this?
J.
I'm just gonna assume that that hasn't been changed. Okay, which ones am I sending?
Okay. Nashu goes east. Get rid of that one. That's Hildebrand right now. We don't want it right now. So click abandon. Yeah, do that one later.
Nashu doesn't go east. Dun 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 dun.
Not yet.
It's Site 7. Everyone wants to live in Japan. Which is true to the actual player base. should have read that.
Just talk to a guy. No, there's a guy here you gotta talk to, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that looks like it's in a completely different place.
Hang on, press M, show you your map. And click the area. It's in that orange area. Go all across the bridge. There's a guy there.
That's not
Wait,
fair.
no, wait, no, you're okay. You were supposed to go. I'm confused where you were. Yeah. So talk to the ferry guy.
I was just expecting an option that said, go here.
Go to anywhere.
What the fuck?
In fact, check number 19.
Why is there someone you know here?
Was it 19? It's between 16 and 19, I think. It's one of those. Plots 1 through 30, you want to check both of them. Maybe it was 17. It's one of these. I cannot remember what it is. I just someone I know. Click it.
Oh my god, One Piece.
Is it 8 something? Cannot remember where this house was. I do know it was in 1 through 30, I'm pretty sure, though. So you don't have to do 31 through 60. Okay, yep, it's 19. Look at house number 2, please. Because that's Gavin.
Wow, it's what, did Gavin buy a house in Japan?
Yeah.
What a loser. Can I go here?
Yes, you can. You can go look at his house. He put it in one of his videos. I think it was one of the... No, it was his Palace of the Dead video. He ended in it.
I can't watch those yet. Or at least, I mean, I guess I could watch.
Yeah,
The beginning 5,000 of them, but, you know. I don't know, I don't really care for the look of this place. Kind of like the rose of our place.
Sorry, what about our place? You cut out for me for a second.
It's like, rose. Kind of like the rose.
Yeah, and anyway, you can go back now and just talk to that guy and you've done the quest. That's an easy one to get out of the way.
How much is a house? Is there a uniform price or is it different?
So it depends on the size of the house. Different plots in any given housing district also have different values. So, let me look it up and I will explain.
Hooray!
Yeah. Now we have to actually find the one where we were actually here for. It's in the place with Hancock. That's who you're looking for. So, the cost of a plot of land is based on the size and grade of the plot itself. Over the time that a plot is unclaimed, it will also decrease in value to make it easier for, or more enticing to purchase. So,
Is there a maximum price across all of them?
Yes. So, there are 5th class to 1st class plots in a housing district. And it varies from small, medium, and large houses. And there's a minimum as well that it'll go down to. So, For example, a 5th class plot for a small house starts at 3 million, but it will decrease over time to 1,488,000 as its minimum. Whereas the 1st class small houses start at 3,750,000 and will decrease to a minimum of 186,000. Or 1,860,000, I mean.
Wow. Can you, like, upgrade a house?
Yes. Well, no. If it's a small plot of land, you can only have a small house. If it's a medium plot of land, you have a medium house. It's mostly based on the plot. A medium house on a 5th class plot starts out at 16 million. But its lowest price on the 5th class plot is 7,936,000. The 1st class medium plot is 20 million, but it will depreciate to 9,920,000. And then it's ridiculous with large plots, because a 1st class large house is 50 million, but it will depreciate to 24,800,000.
Have you ever had 50 million?
No. I have the most... I'm at about the most money I've had, and that's 8 million something. 300,000. It's all about making monies.
We've got to get more money. No. I just got here for the wind, the air. Oh. Oh, no. Oh. They should have like a fairy person that immediately teleports you over. Oh my god. I can't believe they're gonna make me do this. Well, while I wait for this. Yes. The crusty frame rate. You love to see it.
It does that on purpose, though, when you're clicked out of the window.
Yeah.
That means it's running less processing power while you're looking at Chrome or something.
You made it.
Oh, that's not
It's not. Good thing there's another one over here. Could you imagine if I swam all the way over here for nothing?
In fact, what does that one do? No, that unlocks the Kojin as a beast tribe, I'm pretty sure, and you can just do the beast tribe quest for them to get their mount and their funny little items and their glamours.
That's a pretty good one.
So yeah, that's the Kojin beast tribe stuff to unlock.
Boom.
That one's heaven on high.
God, I hate. Life is pain. I hate.
Heaven on High is the sequel to Palace of the Dead. It's the second roguelike dungeon in the game. We'll probably get a third roguelike dungeon in Endwalker. If they have the pattern of every other expansion, you can get another deep dungeon. Because there was the one in A Realm Reborn, and there was the one in Stormblood.
I have no idea. I mean, I'm assuming that's what I'm thinking it is. Oh, no, there's a teleporter over there. You just can't see it under all the quests. Stop moving. Well, thank God I noticed. I'll wait. I gotta get out of here. Wait, no. No! Shit. Shit. Oh, just awful, honestly. It's the funny music. And are you sure you couldn't hear me approach? Wow, what is this? Monster Hunter Rise? I hope this is just a parkour challenge. Woo!
It is a parkour challenge.
Unfortunately, I don't really know what he's talking about.
It'll probably put the icon over there. No
What-
cheating.
What will calling upon a mount show me? Or help me with?
It'll let you run fast. It'll let you move faster so you can make the jumps easier. Sprinting will also make the jumps easier. Because when you use sprint, your jump distance is increased.
Did it say I wasn't allowed to use that?
No, just mounts.
Okay, I'm guessing he'll figure it out. Oh!
You say, hey, that's how you do it. That's how you do the cool steps.
Just jump. Ah, yes. One must jump. Well, the silly music was appropriate, because that was just kind of silly. Alright, now is there a teleport down here that is like hiding, perhaps? No? Looks like some gamers are gaming down here. All right. Game, you got it. Hold on, game. I'm almost done what I'm doing. No. Okay. I am done. How many more places do I have to do quests for?
Check it. The 8th current
Maybe
tab.
maybe I'll just ignore those ones. And if I happen to be near them during quests, then I'll just maybe do them. Oh my god. My computer is now having issues.
Yeah. I didn't see it. What was like? It's 4 in one area, 1 in one area, 2 in another area. But the other 3 areas, you're good. You can fly in the fringes, Yansha and the Azim Steppe, the peaks, the locks, and this last one in the Ruby Sea, I think.
I mean, of all the places to unlock flying, this one is the most important.
Yes, because it's an ocean.
Can't use your mount in most of it.
But you can if you fly.
Ikaruga, like the game? The Toho-esque game?
Yeah.
That is a genre that I don't know the name of.
Shmup.
I don't think that's right though. It should be, right?
Ikaruga is a shoot 'em up developed
Oh,
by
there we
Treasure.
go. Yeah,
It's
shmup.
called Shmups.
Shmup. You ever wonder why Kirby has like a shmup segment in every single game?
Because they like shmups.
Kind
Kind of like Hideki Kamiya always wants to put like Afterburner or Star Fox in Platinum games.
Is that a staple of Platinum games?
So in Platinum games, you'll also often find a shooter segment. Because Hideki Kamiya likes those.
You're a weirdo. You don't need authorization. Oh, there it is. I see. All right, back I go. Just get me on land. Do some stretches. Hey, that's the horse guy from earlier. It's all sheet. I wonder if he recognizes me. Person's fighting a shark. After this one, I'm just gonna do story. Frigate.
Then you'll just have to do the other three whenever.
This is taking too long.
Again, like I said, when you did them one at a time, when you were like, a new area, time to collect the stuff, and then you did them, I feel like you didn't have to go through this long period of stuff.
I mean, it would still take the same amount of time.
It would take the same amount of time, but it would be spread out amongst the actual main story. So, it's probably more, it might be more efficient, I don't know. But it also is a matter of personal taste, especially because you didn't care for most of the areas, so why explore them?
I mean, really, it was just like, while I get through Stormblood. I think by the time I started, Gavin was already like, can you fucking finish this so I can keep playing, please? So I'm like, well, I'm not going to waste time getting Aether Currents. And yet, here I am.
No, it's not a problem.
I don't know if this is faster or not. It's probably not, but whatever. I'm already committed. Everything's in Gear Albania. Gur Albania.
Gurgaburg. Actually, doesn't this mean you can fly in 4 of the 6 areas now? After this one? Yeah, it'll just be Girabanya, the peaks and the locks.
Awful.
No.
I do have a feeling that most of the post game is going to be in Gear Albania anyway. Wink! This guy's quest doesn't even continue. They just didn't even care.
Yep. He doesn't get a big story. Of like 5 quests, it's like, here's the story of this one guard guy.
I'll take this while I'm here. I don't even remember what I was doing for you.
Oh, that was when you swim to the bottom of the salty lake and got a box of jewels.
Oh yeah. Wow, look at that. It's just that easy. Where else do we have a thing? Is there anything else around here?
No, they're all just right there.
Jesus Christ. They're good to start them up.
I don't remember what the top quest above the main story is there. Saint Sayer.
Nor do I. It's probably a wind quest.
You should check it.
Isn't the main quest about a Yabby? How
Yes,
fortuitous
this is a different Yabby.
that maybe they might be close to each other. Maybe. These chocobos are purple, and it's weird.
Yeah, but your chocobo's brown, and that's different as well. So it really makes you think about colors of chocobo.
Mine's better.
I guess you're right. It is probably better.
Look at this chocobo. This person clearly thought about their motif. Whoa, that was loud. Oh wow, yeah, the rain's really coming down too. Wow, it's like Monster Hunter. Yeah, just Monster Hunter, really. Oh my god. Look at that. Do you think they knew? They were designing the map? Do you think they knew?
What did they know? I didn't look at the map.
Right there.
Another penis. that's not just a penis like we saw in the Azim Step. That's a Super Mario 3D World penis.
Which I'm surprised is still in the Switch version. Then again, Nintendo are lazy with their ports. I think that's where I think that would be where they drew the line. Oh wait, I'm supposed to capture them in the funny multi-dimensional bag. Thank God I'm not a DPS, right? Then this would be kind of difficult. Will you knock it off? That's a fate one though. Not quite what I'm looking for. Do you think it would work?
No, it wouldn't.
I might help that person out after this. Because it's Final Fantasy XIV. That's what MMORPGs are all about. Yes. The community, which is why I'm excited for Endwalker. Because then there will actually be community. Do not kill this thing, please. Wow, I can't believe that didn't interrupt me. The lock-celled monster. Doesn't even sound like Ness.
Yeah, but it's called the Loch Ness Monster because a loch is a lake. So it's the Lake Ness Monster. That's the name of the lake. So this is lock-celled, but it's also a reference. Get it? Because that's how the name lakes.
Get it? Man, remember having to worry about getting gold and bronze and silver medals and fates?
Just to do Yokai Watch?
Yeah, I got a gold one anyway, which is kind of surprising. Right. That quest I just did was to get flying. I'm probably gonna try it every single time though. Whisker. I just fought a few of them. This mechanic that we used.
Find the weakness.
Head. Final answer.
Maybe something around the head?
No, it must be the tail.
I also don't think you're zoomed in far enough.
I like that.
No, you were. There it is.
I like how that's the only thing that's highlighted. Like, they didn't even try to make this an interesting kind of mini-game thing.
Yeah, it took me 10 minutes to find out that they wanted to point me at the tip of its jaw.
God. Well, as a hammer main, I knew that that was its weak point immediately. And Gavin must have gotten it pretty quickly too. Haha. Smash it like a rock with the hammer. Just hit it as hard as you can, forehead. Is he gonna uppercut it? They should have animated it. To observe a what? The suspense is killing me. Also, I like how it says, like, search around for the monster, but it just puts you on the monster every time. Also, it is kind of nice that the monsters don't move. It's just like, it's not very interesting. It's just move the cursor around until you see a weak point, you know? That the game just tells you anyway. It's not like it's doing anything that would help you determine it. Like if it was fucking around with something and then it got something in its eye.
It would have helped. Also, maybe if it had multiple points that you could inspect, and it would say, "Is this the weak point?"
Yeah, and then it had like
this, and then it would have anatomy.
Yeah, multiple like text boxes for when it's wrong, like they do for other things. Hit it really, really hard.
So yeah, here's the thing: for both of them, you can also just tell him to hit it really hard, and he still wins, but he's really tired after.
Look at it! Remember the Great Deflate from Mario Party 4?
That's what that is.
Damn you, Saltlery. Beasties. You're not the quest guy.
A music and a weapon? Cool.
Wow. Or box guy. I don't even know where I'm going. Oh. Thank God I checked. God damn it, this place. Interesting shot.
Apologies for the wait.
Voice acting.
People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours.
Poor Ralbad. He's just like, I'm on mob duty.
We
Gives
must
the same
speak of the men
speech.
Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
Yep, sure do. Yep.
Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
I say we kill him. Oh, man.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one
I
of their
don't actually
crimes.
remember if you remember those characters anyway.
Oh, definitely not.
I thank you for your
Okay.
honesty.
What
When
were
the
their
time
names
comes
again?
for
I
the
know one
Alliance
was
to pass
Yuyuhase,
judgment,
but I
I'll see that
forget
your
the other
opinion
guy's
is heard.
name.
I don't know. They were with Ilberd, which means they should die.
Yeah. So they were actually part of the Crystal Braves. Yuyuhase was the little Lalafell guy who trapped Alphino in the final part of A Realm Reborn. He was like, "Oh, now it's a mutiny, and I'm the guy who's helping Ilberd."
Kick him like a football. That's all you really had to do.
Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
Oh, we're just here now. I thought he was going to talk while we walked, and then I was going to make a
bear
quip
share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities.
about Sony
And
games.
I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation. He might not have felt driven to do what he did.
And then make a comment about how Gavin must be so happy that walking and talking with someone is just a cutscene instead of you having to take control.
Things could have been different. And I'm sorry they aren't.
I was watching my roommate play Red Dead Redemption 2, and that game is basically entirely just walk, talk, not cutscenes. And I'm like, man, this sucks.
But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
You don't have to, Ralban, if you don't want to. In fact,
Father,
she seems pretty hype about going on it alone.
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
is this truly what you want, Father?
Of course
is.
not.
Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain.
What if she just commands him to come back here?
Thank you for lending an ear.
Happy
When all
Ralban.
the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Alright, let's send him on his way. Well, yes, never mind. Okay, that's right. Are you saying that they were just like, well, we're gonna send an invitation just because it's the right thing to do, but even no matter what they say, we're just gonna basically be like, they're not gonna say yes. Fuck them. Oh, what shit? They actually said yes? Oh, we didn't prepare for this. Man, I really hope we go north soon. Come on. I don't like you. There we go. I figured that ramp would give me just enough. I'm free! Okay, I was a little worried by that gap. That like, wait, oh shit. No, we're good. No. Thank God there's stairs down here for some reason. Oh, look at him. Funny little guy. No. Cease. Please bring me into a cutscene. Please, please. Yes. Oh, they want to do that again? Oh, well then.
Oh.
And crystal jewelry shouldn't be enough to summon a primal. That's kind of a ridiculous ask, I think. Oh my god, for a second I thought she was sinking into the floor. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I love compromises. Look, it's a line of people again.
What if that's the same line of people?
we could go back and check.
Go back to the footage and check later. I don't know. Or maybe I will. I'm not sure. Some people might just AFK for days at a time.
And I resent that. And then they'll go like, look at how long I've played the game. 5,000 hours.
Probably like, there's probably at least 36 hours of this game is me AFK. Probably more, I don't know.
Gross.
But it's also like 95 days. So it's the...
Oh god, we need more chairs, but we don't have any. I guess we're gonna have to use the fold-out chairs. I get to be in the throne room, so I get to hear what they're talking about. Alright, now the question is, where am I going? That looks like a throne room of sorts. Hey, I remember this area. This is the area in the flashback. Man, it doesn't look like it aged a day.
Good art, good architecture.
Pepperoni and I are watching this cutscene. Oh, look, it's a griffin. Oh, look, more griffins. The statues just look so silly when they're standing up like that. A little rat fella. Ziggs were like, you let the little rat guys in, but you wouldn't let us in?
Thank you all for coming.
I can't believe that we're not at like a table or something. We're all just standing in the middle of this open room.
I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in?
There are no chairs.
For me, it was that empty throne.
There is one chair.
Doesn't look like a
It has
chair.
no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would
And
any
no
of you like
cushion.
to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
That line would have been more powerful if they... Oh my god, they actually are just sitting on the floor.
Yep.
At least, come on, at least bring the fold-out chairs.
The whole point of the discussion is that there's one chair and it's bad. Monarchy is bad.
As a choice early in the game, and position them to consider a joint government.
Yeah, but like, that's the big chair. I feel like the fold chairs symbolize equality and not royalty because they're fold chairs.
All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Alphino, you
Thank
should have
you,
been
Raven
quiet.
Food.
I wanted to hear their stance
Another
on the
vote in
matter.
favor.
It's the guy who
Next,
looks
let's
like
hear from
Conrad
Shanti
again,
of the
but isn't
Kalyan.
Conrad.
Tell us, How do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
Well, we're all sitting here. Hello? She's a snake. She should be able to just slither forward.
Wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith.
Oh, great. Now you're making it awkward. We had a good thing going here.
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi!
Oh.
Lady of bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage.
Uh-oh, there were crystals hidden in the water in the throne room.
Well, it's not an instance, so I don't really have to worry. I'm back.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
And Rauban. Oh! Yup. Glad we could do this. You fools, Rauban is there.
Damn it! The guards were already turned. Fools!
Yeah, fools, exactly.
No, you don't!
The Kalyana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
Yeah, he's a healer.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
See ya. Man, that just went clean through him.
Whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
I just like how Rauban is invincible. Oh no, an instance! God damn it, they fooled me. Well, on the bright side, it seems like the difficulty won't matter. Alright, here we go.
Yeah, the difficulty largely doesn't matter, because this one is a bullet hell. You're supposed to protect people. Easy mode just buffs your stats so you can just get through it. But the thing is, this one, if any one person who does not have the echo becomes tempered, you lose.
Oh, I never knew that the tempered monsters in Monster Hunter were affected by a primal this entire time. Stop that.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
God, this is gonna take forever. I already do no damage. Everyone else is probably fine, right?
It's gonna get harder. Keep watching out.
Like, how is a healer supposed to do enough damage and also deflect all of these?
You'll see. I've done this one before. I know how you're supposed to do enough damage. To your left.
Oh my god. Well, this was bound to a key or something.
I don't know if you can bind it to a key.
I mean, it's Final Fantasy 14. You probably can. That is bullshit. That did not touch them.
Yeah, the difficulty barely does anything for this one, because you just have to not let them get touched.
I'm still putting it on very easy. Hey, did you know that I hate instances?
No, you're wrong in this case.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
I mean, if the range was always this big, and that wasn't just because it's on easy, then I kind of fail to see the point of this entire exercise. Because at least, you know, the idea is moving around like those games that are actually like that.
Actually, you know what? You're right. It is. The range is bigger on the difficulties. I never knew that.
Now we know. Thanks to one man's pure hatred for all instances. We learned
It's
something
asking you
new.
to fight a boss.
I shall
That's
free you
it.
from
That's
your
all it's
hate.
doing.
That's not it.
That's it.
Man, thank God I don't have to actually deal with this garbage.
So yeah, the reason you're supposed to be able to beat this on normal is once you get to this phase, it actually is supposed to not... Those ones don't touch them at all. It cuts because it's a phase 1. What's supposed to let you win is that in this next phase you get 3 more DPS who do most of the damage if you're a healer.
Oh my God. How'd you get out of jail?
We let her out of jail because she's the only person with the echo in like a few miles.
Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Besides the 2 of us, you and him are involved.
I have a question for the Primal. Why didn't you just spawn 50 billion spears off the bat? Idiot.
Usually doesn't take that much. So now you're supposed to be able to beat the boss because you got more people. But it will also be... It's also supposed to then be easier to get rid of the balls because you have a 3rd person doing it.
Wow, the AI is better than the actual player base. Oh wait, this isn't gonna work. No, it does. Okay. What the fuck is happening? Oh, okay, that's just Raubon.
Raubon killed all those guys.
Good job, Raubon. Oh, you're over here now, huh? What is happening?
This is a cutscene. while all the innocent peoples run away.
I think it would have been really funny if they disappeared the moment they touched the dots, like players do.
Well, the red dots are actually just an invisible wall in instances. The blue dots is loading screens. Anyway, Lys and Raubon, and I think Alpha. No, I don't remember if Alphino's there. He might have left. Lys and Raubon, they don't have the echo, so they can still get hit by those balls if she does them.
Yeah, it's like the fact that they're like, oh, I still want to fight is like literally worse. Like the worst thing you could do.
But they're doing damage for you.
I would rather this take an additional 5 minutes than have a condition where I can instantly lose. Kind of like every single other boss fight. Oh no! I do think it's always really funny when they do this. Okay, that took a while. I think something that would have made this better probably is if there was a fixed top-down camera angle or something, so you can always see where every ball is at once. That's usually how those work. I don't know, it's like, it's an interesting idea.
Your souls weigh heavy?
Yeah. And mechanic, it's just, you know.
I do, that is the thing, I do understand what they did that in here that is, oh, so you gotta get under that.
I think I just barely missed it, it's fine.
You got help. I do understand the problems you do have with this, like instant lose conditions, those are not really fun ever. But my thing is that every single time there's like, here's a fight you have to do solo, it is bad across the board to you, when in most cases it's not that bad, it's just bad for you sometimes. It's not that bad.
It's like playing Monster Hunter solo, except I'm forced to do it to progress the story.
That's understandable. I mean, like, for the most part, I can't see how they are. Every single thing about them is mechanically bad across the board. I don't see it that way. I see that it is flawed, but largely it's not that bad for DPS, and I understand why it's frustrating as a healer.
This is the principle of them. Also, the inability to choose the difficulty at the start also sucks a lot. Like, why even have why have the option there and not make it available at the start? Can we just, god damn, just knock that off.
Here it comes!
Wow, is this a DPS check when I'm a healer?
Yeah, but don't worry, because Fordola's about to kill the boss.
Darkness holds no solace.
It was all for the vibe, for the feeling.
Yeah.
And don't come back.
We did it!
Aye. I thought she was the one who always had the echo going every 2 seconds, not me. Come on. I like how they felt the need to, like, explain this. Hey, do you want to kill a primal? Be sitting in a jail cell all
What is
day.
this?
It's a sword.
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Yeehaw.
Seven hells. It's her. The Butcher.
She helped us. This is how you're gonna trust her. Like I think that was just for us, the player, and not us, the player, the character. But I like the idea that we echoed her echo.
Yeah.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
And I don't want to deal with all these people who have traumatizing memories.
You are not forgiven.
But
not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you.
There's the but.
For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
He's the only one, though.
Hooray, we defeated the primal.
Again.
Again! But it was you know, it was kind of smaller this time, I think. Although, actually, maybe it's the same size as it was in the duty, and I'm just thinking about the one part where it's big, and you gotta do the special action. Hooray.
Why is this song louder than usual?
Because it's a triumphant moment. Makes you feel good. Because you won.
Well, here we are again.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens.
Just hanging out with my boy Raban.
The cool
The
guy.
meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
Thanks, Ishgard.
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
You just gonna leave him? Having a moment. Oh, hello. It's gonna take a while.
Forget something?
My
Your
stride.
Grace. There was no word.
My stride isn't that small, jeez. Serious.
Rabon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace.
Rabon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I am no longer a child.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
To be fair, it's for your sake.
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
none more.
Smile for me, Raubarn. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Lalafel's eyes look gross when they cry.
I was gonna say.
It has been an honor to serve you and Oda.
It's like
They look like Jello.
We can't properly convey crying, so we use sparkles. But then, you know, for this, we can turn the sparkle up as well in the eyes, like the saturation.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Raubarn got fired.
Oh, look at that. That's a good scene, though.
It's good because Raubarn's there. That's why it's a good scene.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow.
Nor could I until I turned on easy mode, so you know.
No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
That's how you jest.
That's a good jest.
Where's Ishtola? She needs to learn this stuff.
She doesn't jest right. We've had some great jests
But I
in
must yield the floor to
4.1
Raubarn. He has an
that shows you
important
really how to
announcement
do
to make.
them.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
Why don't we use yesternight?
I don't know, we should.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
I mean, it's a big sword. So...
It would seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
We got it when you said hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
That laughing animation.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you
Wiggle those
Pippin, would do
arms.
well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Yes, Luis.
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
Oh, Raubarn, so humble.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubarn.
But really, they had to put her
Well, that
up on
wasn't
an Alamigo
expected.
to make
Though
Alamigo
you seem
cool now.
distinctly unsurprised.
It's all Alamigo has.
Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Oh, there we go. Why not, right? Okay, but like, first, I'm just fuck it. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm glad that
Gotta
it's
do
raining.
it. Why? Is the rain good thing for Alamigo? It is a desert.
Yeah, it's a desert.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have colorful area number 6.
Yeah.
Look at this little guy. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Oh, come back. Come back.
Why do you want to kill him?
Okay, no. I was just wondering if enemies actually directed their attacks directly to me while I was on the whale. But these guys just do a diagonal up attack, so it looked like it. Yeah, because everything looks the same, I wouldn't have even noticed that there's a tunnel here without the map. Except I don't know if this actually helps me. I don't think this actually helps me. Man. Oh, I guess that's why. Why is this red? Do I have to like go all the way back there? Is that what you're telling me? Man, I hate this place. Now. And everything just wants to kill me. Oh my god. A hostile presence. Die, you motherfucker. Hooray. Okay, but now the question, what? But you followed me all the way up here, get away from me! Oh man, can I really not make it up there? I'm trying to find my way through this godforsaken area. Oh, I'm dead. I'm gonna die. It's gonna attack me, yeah. Even though it definitely didn't attack me there. I love this area.
I think it's all an alright area.
No, it's not. Fuck it. I'm not even bothering anymore. I'm not going all the way up there just to go all the way to the top right corner just to get to that one stupid quest.
Well, you got it eventually.
No, I don't.
I could drive you there.
I think might as well. Zuziku. This entire country is only angry mobs.
Yeah. What do you do? They don't have. They just started a new government. You gotta make. Without, they were just angry mobs. You don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what I was trying to say.
Now's the time to be angry mobs so you can make your voice heard especially hard before anything is actually established.
There you go. That's more like it. That's what I was probably trying to say. I don't know.
Maybe. Hooray! Oh my god, a little baby Raubon.
Small Raubon minion.
Wow, it's this place. How does Gosetsu do it?
That's Dango from Monster Hunter.
Yep. It's once again another Monster Hunter reference in Final Fantasy XIV. Be a little more convincing than that. Oh no, he's having the echo.
No, that's just regular tired. That's the stinger for 4.1. That's where it's like next time in 4.2. No, this is the stinger as well.
But also meanwhile. Dun 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 dun. No? No scary music? No Star Wars music? Uh-oh. Oh, cool. I got a little wave.
4.2 starts now.
Great. Wow. Tataru's alive.
Yeah, don't you remember she stayed in Japan?
I think she'd send a letter or something.
She just did send a letter. She's like, come over here, it's important.
Wow, this star is really putting in work.
It is. It's half off.
Oh my god, it's Soraban again, I think.
Yeah, that's Soraban.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
Why are you so loud, Hancock?
We were told the matter was urgent.
Why is this so loud
I take
now?
it Yugiri and Soraban are also involved.
I don't know.
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Can't even open the settings menu.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu.
I beg your pardon?
That's impossible. She died off camera.
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
Hey, you should have led with him. That's much more exciting news.
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
Of course I will. I'm not sure what this is supposed to mean. But I'm not someone who says I.
I understand. Only too well. But if Gosetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Again.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garleans' movements, and more besides.
He did it. Now they're not loud anymore.
I'll give it another cutscene, and if they're still loud, I guess I'll have to turn the voices down. This is already so much better than 4.1 because Soroban is here.
4.1. But Raubomb was in 4.1. There was a couple bumps like Godbert and Lakshmi can be a little annoying because of the bullet hell aspect, but you did win with Nanamo, had a fun time. Learned about people. This 4.1's okay.
Where are we going? All the way up there. God damn it. I was like half right.
It's this guy. It's this guy again.
Yeah, hit her with the dots. I'll hit him with the dots. I just hope that this is close by. Well. So that's gonna be the farthest one. I fucking knew it. I'll pay.
You don't have that much.
See, this game should do some things where it's like, you know, you can give some amount of your money, but then there's also like some bargaining you can do if you're smart enough. Like in Paper Mario or something.
That's all connected to like the player items, though. There is that kind of, if you consider like, oh, this person's selling this for this much, but not really in the story, because they don't want to put a gate to the story that's like, if you want this part, you'll need 1 million gil, even if it's optional.
Oh no. It's gonna be like a fetch quest. Fuck it. Damn, Likely is calling me again. T-set, 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 T-set.
T-set.
Give me a bit to drink water.
I love water.
Ugh.
What, was the water gross?
It's like I drank it and then I like still have this feeling in my throat.
Oh.
Like I drank it again, still have the feeling. I'm like, okay, well, fine. That's how you're gonna be about it.
All I know is you said, I'm gonna drink water, and then the next thing I hear is, so I'm like, that's the sound you make when you drank bad old coffee or something. But it's water. There shouldn't be an to water.
Old water. My roommate's like, there's no such thing as old water. I'm like, there definitely is. Should probably close the water bottle cap in case it gets knocked over or something. What is that face?
But you see, Chris, the joke is that Alphino bought that asking price and didn't try to haggle.
Alphino, you idiot!
You idiot! You don't buy sticker price.
You're such a child. Oh shit. That grimace. Uh-oh, Alphino's in trouble. I hope this is, oh, even worse. I was gonna say, I hope this isn't like a General White situation, then they hit me with an instance. Evan, are you ready for a bad mood?
Chris, I can't believe instances killed your firstborn child.
They're getting there.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries.
I'm gonna have to turn the voices down, and then they're gonna be quiet again, and then I'm not gonna know until I watch the video again. And
I mean, from my perspective, they're a little loud on, but not. I don't know. I'm not as sensitive to the audio.
What's going on up there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy.
We just talked to you.
We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
Fool, do you know who I am? I'm a man in an instance right now.
Wait a second, is this the scene? Oh, I think it's the scene.
And they died.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Oh, sibling rivalry. Now's not the time.
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
I've done it before.
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
I've been practicing.
Yeah! That's why everyone likes this scene, because he goes to swim.
What kind of dive is that? Oh, they warped us over here. Yo.
An opening.
An Alphino.
Your defense is lacking.
Leave
this to me.
Can I like... Oh, son of a bitch. What? Can't believe I'm limited to stone 4 again. Boo! You just die. Come on. Good, you're dead. Just an entire mob of people on this one guy. Alright guys, don't do anything stupid. I gotta find the settings.
They're gonna... Voice. No, not master voice.
Also, might as well be. Maybe that's better.
Maybe that's better.
Me when I'm foxed. I'm gonna assume they went up here. Okay, good. It's not like they were running to their deaths. Should have eaten
Lady
that
Yotsuyu,
dongo.
we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
You would have stat boosts if you ate the dongo.
Is he all right?
Gozetsu!
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan, eliminate hostiles! All forces, attack!
All of them. We're gonna take down the entire Imperial army right now? Look, it's the arena like in Ishgard, I think. Oh my god, this guy has a lot of health. Come on. I do be a healer though. Maybe this will hit. Yeah. He means to blow it up. I guess I'll stand over here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know, that could have been a lot more impressive. Hey, here we go again. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. I don't even remember what 2 is. Oh, okay. Don't spend MP.
Two was tetragrammaton, right?
Thin air.
No, it's thin air. That's what you meant. The don't spend MP. Free 10 seconds.
Oh no, my vulnerability. It's still going, huh? Oh my god, it's a hexadrone. You're scary because your design doesn't make any sense. Just okay. I guess I'll go over here then. Ha! Thank God it's following me so that I can still hit it.
The art of my forebears.
Oh my God. You have got to be kidding.
Lead them all into the blue circle. That'll kill them all.
Kill them all. Well, I'm just kind of stunned right now. Oh, God.
And just make sure you don't die. 20 seconds.
Focus. Release!
Alpha, no, you were supposed to kill all of them.
Yeah, but they're almost dead. You just gotta finish the job.
Thank God.
Whew.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
I think she would have known that. Unless Final Fantasy XIV is employing the greatest cardinal sin in storytelling right now.
Guess what, Chris?
Are they employing the greatest cardinal sin in storytelling?
Remember when I said there's one part of Stormblood that you're guaranteed to hate?
You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Oh, great. They're like, we can't let this hot character die and go and be a villain. We have to employ her in the story. How can we do that? We can't just have another character, like, reconsider their actions.
This is the part I said you were gonna get
Of
mad
course.
about.
I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below.
It's just lazy storytelling. It's like, oh, but her head got bonked and she almost died or something. So it makes sense, but I don't care.
We
I
were
don't
swept
care.
out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts.
Man, so many rafts.
Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave.
I'll take it. They have some witchcraft in their clothes.
But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
And speaking like a child.
That one's important too.
'Cause why not, right?
A trick, surely.
No, it's a jest.
That was my first thought, and I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard.
Oh, don't say that while she's still here, though.
Yet the
Jeez.
Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
This once. Read your entire land from Imperials, and you're like, oh, but you still gotta pay the tax.
Pay the bridge toll.
No. That's not what I wanted. It's gonna have to go down to 80 now. See, that's definitely too quiet under normal circumstances. But in, what is this, 4.2 circumstances? Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm starting to see now why there's a Twitter account with pictures of this character. I mean, I kind of all, like... I understood it before. Some people are like that. But now it's making some more sense.
4.2 would ask you the question: is it ethical to execute the war criminal if they have amnesia? Not really. It's not. You can't really do that because that's not good.
Please, God, tell me that's not the whole plot of 4.2. Please, God. 4.1 was so long, I can't handle this for 2 hours.
I mean, don't worry. 4.2 and 4.3 are a little shorter, I think, than just 4.1. Plus, we did do a lot of just getting Aether cards, and it made it feel longer.
Slow camera pan. She's standing there all alone, completely ostracized. Did you not tell her what she has done? Oh, Soroban, always looking out for us. Are we doing another treasure hunt? To buy a house in the Japanese district?
That means it was at least 3 million.
Alphino's dead. He doesn't make it to Shadowbringers.
Anyway, Soroban has a quest now that we'll end up doing with Gavin eventually.
I like how it's not a part of the patch.
I mean, it technically... So that's the thing, is that these things all come out with the patch, though. Like,
I mean, like, it's not part of the main story.
it's not part of the main... So, like, this quest with Soroban would be like, oh, this is the 4.2 version, and then his Soroban's quest would also be added to in, like, 4.3 and stuff.
Too bad we ended up missing the Shadowbringers patch train. We'll just have to wait for the Endwalker patch train.
And that's when they said all the patches are going to be building up to the new stuff. Whatever the next big story arc is.
Alright, time to make use of this. They're probably just like right there. Yeah. I remember this shithole.
My lord Ian, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since. Gosetsu, full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
He's right. You just can't kill these people.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel.
Forgot about Lord Ian's bread shoulder.
Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications. Rise, my friend. Tell me everything.
Well, we don't get to hear everything?
The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it will end with her capture, or her death.
She's just standing there.
You're a friend, too.
She's just like not even listening at all.
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to. Don't let her take me away!
What Sonic Adventure 1 character does that sound
It's
like?
all right, Soyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl.
Call?
And listen to Yugiri.
Maybe it was to call. Yeah, that sounds about right.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
Oh, he also has redhead. I like how the song synced up with Alphinaud's smile. It was so good.
Yeah.
Oh, they're back by now. Do. You think, I was thinking about this. Do you think anyone like actually thinks that song is really good to listen to and like listens to extended versions of it?
I heard music in my game. I didn't fully hear it.
It's the scary cutscene music.
Yeah, that's not really a listenable tune. It's kind of just
Ambiance.
ambiance.
Let's go!
Hooray, you're flying.
Is this a song that played in here earlier? Because I don't remember it. was really hoping I wouldn't have to go around you.
By the Kami! Your Lord Ian, leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
You know I can't do that, you big-nosed man.
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
By the Kami.
She worked in my establishment.
What a twist.
Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. Yeah, she may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her.
Weird. Once again.
He sold her short.
Don't you
When
remember
I first
when we had
beheld
the
her,
echo and we
I
saw
was
that she
struck
had a
by her
bad
beauty.
childhood?
Yeah,
And yet,
that's why I said once
behind
again.
her eyes there was
Once again,
an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. It was no profession for her, but I knew she would be popular. And so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze.
Yeah.
The rest you know. She became an Imperial informant, and for her loyal service won the office of acting Viceroy.
While you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became. Joining the front was meant to be my atonement.
And now here we are.
The truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
what a terrible man.
Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yugiri?
Thanks, Gosetsu.
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
Just a tiger on that rock there. Thank God there's this hole in the ground.
It's a good hole.
Again. Of course. Gosetsu's on dad duty? Question mark. I have a bad feeling about this.
That's not happening.
I'm surprised they let me go this high, honestly. Oh, what? Guess I'll just keep going around. Map's like kind of weird about it, but whatever. Thank God there's flying now.
Except for 2 areas in Garabanya.
Hey, wow, remember this place. Oh, I guess we're here. Game didn't like that. Oh, cool. Teleport. Remember when I stripped someone here? That was funny. Oh, here it comes.
There's the airship.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
It's like you're already in the sky. What's a smoke
In
signal
former
gonna
times,
do?
such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Not familiar with that word, if I'm being honest with you.
That won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Doman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
I like how context clues told me what it meant, though.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Fire an RPG rocket. Christmas, use this pea shooter to fire the signal towards the ship.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
Do all of you have names that sound like that? Jesus.
Yes.
He is
like
heir to
Xenos
the
Ye
Nyori
Galvus.
clan and Yotsu's stepbrother.
Oh wow.
And the Emperor is Varus Zos Galvus.
Zos.
The middle name dictates their title. Zos is the Empire. Ye for Xenos means in line for the throne.
It's yay because when you're in line for the throne, you go yay.
Yes. I don't remember what sauce is.
It seems I need not introduce myself. Not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady.
Do you think it means next in line to be the Imperial Chef?
No. I do know the woman in white armor from A Realm Reborn, her title was Sauce. I'm gonna look up what it means.
It is true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, his radiance, Emperor Varus Zos Galvus,
you didn't have to say it like that.
sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice.
Are you ready for the
To
internal
negotiate
politics
peace
of the
with
Empire?
Doma.
Sure. I trust
Well,
you,
then.
Yoshi Pancake.
We have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
Oh, I guess we're not going to the hall just yet.
Also, Sauce is second in command of a legion under the Legatus. And Van means Legatus, so Gaius Van Baelsar was the Legatus of the 14th Legion. Livia Sauce Junis, who was the woman in the white armor, was the second in command of the 14th Legion.
Come on, Fate.
You might have also heard Sid referred to as Sid Nan Garland.
Yep.
Before. Nan means chief engineer or engineer.
I don't know if that's in this game, but when trying to search for him, it's like, yo, which Sid? Which Sid did you want? I'm like, the one from 14. Oh, you gotta use this name, the full name. And I'm like, okay.
I mean, when you've got 15 Sids and then some in the spin-offs, you do have to be rather specific.
Can't believe they left me behind. Very rude. Oh, wow, it is its own area. But can I fly it? No, because it's an indoor area, I guess. Wait, do I have to? Oh,
yeah,
no.
This area, it's only 3. It's not a full city. It's a small town. So you've been in the Alamegan town. This is the Doma town. It looks pretty dumpy. But
Yeah,
you won't know
to
what.
be expected.
There's a side quest where you can donate things to them and it will improve this city.
That's fun. It's like
the main yeah.
It's like that one town in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. The main benefit is that anything you donate, they compensate you for it. So like, I'll give you this. We'll pay you double what it goes for when you just sell regular items. So it's double money. That's why I usually, if I get any of the Allegan money pieces that you just flat out sell, I just deposit them in the donate basket and like, here's money.
How can I look imposing in my current outfit with my current hair? Hey, this is where we just left him and the crowd of people. We just kind of left without a word, or at least we could have. I mean, it makes sense for us to sit on the floor here in Asia. Oh, look at him. He gets the carpet. You think he was like, I want to sit on the carpet?
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons.
Yep, familiar with that one. Still a convincing argument.
Icons are a
at its
blight
base.
upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation.
Your fault.
When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now, there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them.
Yes.
'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed. Many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history.
Why do you have that tone?
My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in Imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear. Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
Yeah.
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange. Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy.
Yotsu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
Didn't you just say you wanted to execute her?
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
He's gonna be like, I always wanted to try Dango.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
I mean, he is Yatsuyu's brother, so he is from Doma originally. Anyway, now you've got a liberal faction of the Garlean Empire.
Hooray!
But when I say liberal, I mean liberal, not left.
Hooray!
Meanwhile, the Optimatus, those are the reactionary ones.
Wait, hold on, but what about the lore? This guy, he doesn't even have a name. Evan says get the money. Food isn't worth it.
Not until you're doing hard stuff.
But then when the hard stuff comes, I'll have all the food in the world.
No, because it's like level 300 food. You'll need the food that is your correct eye level. Otherwise, it doesn't do that much.
Oh, I guess food has levels now, huh?
Food does have levels in this game. Food has item levels just like gear.
Pleasure? Ugh. You're not a fucking weirdo. Speaking his weird ideals at every minute. Or at least, like, you know, announcing them.
Yeah, announcing them, you know. Like a liberal. All colors under the rainbow, says Asahi.
Wait, didn't Disney also just say that?
That was the joke. That was the joke I just made.
Then Alex Hirsch just quote retweeted it saying like, ah, kind of weird when you shot down our gay character, huh? And every other gay character that people try to posit. Oh, I guess we're going all the way over here. And I wonder how stream and recording are taking this game, because I didn't even think about encoding overload. Like, I just saw it for the first time right now.
Don't worry about
Alright, here we go. The Doma World Tour. Oh, right here. Woo. Is that an instance that I'm seeing? Is that what that is? Is that an instance? What fight could possibly take place on the Doma World Tour? Just couldn't even fathom.
Get back! I'm warning you!
Jeez.
Someone's in trouble.
Oh my god, it's Goku again. Oh my god, it's the red turtles again. What are you guys doing?
Are you alright?
Hi.
Hey, it's me again. I'm back.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
No, they're pretty quiet right now. Not saying anything.
And neither will we.
I can't get over this turtle man with hair. Not only hair, like long flowing locks. I'm scared. Diggy-kun, I'm scared.
Away with you!
It is nothing.
Voices are a little better here. Someone's dying, right?
Leave this to me.
No quarter!
Please God, we need reinforcements. Die.
An opening.
Oh, what the heck?
I have you!
Should probably move away from there. Can you guys knock it off? Is anything going on back there? No?
The art of my forebears.
And that would have been really unfortunate if that circle was just a little closer to them. Will you knock it off? Yeah, come over to me. What the hell's happening over there? Oh.
Where to now?
Where to now?
Taste my steel!
Hey, Kevin. Yeah, don't watch this. We're just fighting some red turtles. Don't worry about it. That's Final Fantasy
Red turtles for Mario.
Exactly. These guys don't walk off of ledges. I mean, I haven't seen them walk off of ledges, I think, so...
I mean, if you remember, the Red Kojin they lived on that cliffside.
They live there. They live there because they know they're safe. I need more MP. And then more reinforcements. No? Color me surprised.
That seems to be the last of them.
This Asahi
You
guy
have nothing
seems to be
to fear,
alright.
child. You are safe now.
Yep, he sure seems to be alright. I wonder if they're building up towards something.
Hey, look, it's the kid and the orange brother.
Thank you, sir.
The kid who was near that aether current that wasn't there at the time. For sure.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Look us up? Had different connotations back in the day. I thought we were going to that
Thank
village.
goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsu.
He's just dead there. I have a feeling he's gonna be used in the
If
cutscene.
so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed?
Yes.
If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances.
Uh-huh.
You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal.
I mean, Gaius
You and
and I
yours have
did,
fought
but,
fiercely
you know.
to change the Empire from without. But if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
I know how the police in America go. That's just not gonna happen. The Empire will never change. I'm gonna stick to what I just said.
Never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard? Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change.
I think Ishgard's kind of different. You know, they're not conquering the entire world and all that shit. Just hated dragons. Because they were, like, lied to. You know, all that stuff.
By their religion.
Is this a noticeable Imperial uniform? It looks more like a white mage uniform. Evan, are you getting hungry?
Little, not too much. I can eat whenever.
What about 5 in the morning? Oh my god,
It's a little late. You know what I mean. I'm starting to get a little hungry, but not. This is the second to last quest in 4.2.
Maybe finish 4.2 and then take a breaky, dinner breaky, and then actually get back on it this time. Because last night I didn't, because I was talking to Luke. my roommate. We did some things, but now I want to get as far as possible before my rights are revoked.
Tomorrow. I don't know if you still have the subscription tomorrow, is the thing.
Yeah, it says 1 day left.
I think that might be counting today. I'm pretty sure your subscription ends today. Or after today.
Yeah, I wish they would do the mobile game thing where when it's 1 day left, they would then switch to hours remaining, which they might do, I don't remember.
No, they don't do in this one. I wouldn't know that.
And then it's like lives in a video game. Is 1 the last life or is 0 the last life?
I'm pretty sure it's 1 with this one.
Oh no, dude, I'm hitting you with the dots. Though honestly, this game seems very heavy leading into the, you know, bad people don't always remain bad kind of thing. Which I kind of like.
I think this game presents it as a mix, which is correct, because there are bad people who will always be bad. Remember La Habrea? Actually, no, La Habrea is a decent example. Remember Xenos from, yesterday? That guy was bad.
He's a weirdo, though, you know? Like, he's one of those guys, like, when a villain who can change is presented, they're very obvious about, like, the villain's motives being somewhat reasonable, so that when they do start to change over, you're like, yeah, I kind of expected this. But that guy is just like, I want to fucking kill. That's the only reason I'm here. And then all the other bad people die. Hooray! Or get sucked into a cylinder and then crushed, I think. I think that happened. Gosetsu, we gotta tell you something.
I had her brought here in secret while the 3 of you kept our guest company.
God, that's so much Dongo. What the heck, dude?
The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember.
Yeah, I just don't know why you guys didn't tell her what she's done.
Was it really so terrible?
What if she remembers?
Tell me, please. What did I do?
Why would you tell her? Maybe then we'll make her remember.
She's gonna end up
Speak of
remembering
sins, my
anyway if
lord.
it's that sensitive.
But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami?
Dude, it wasn't that. It was like the really heavy rock that bonked her on the head.
If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Garleans shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
So you gonna tell her then?
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I mean. I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade.
That's
Though I
why he
suppose
sold
if
it,
he
you
and
know?
Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
That'd be nice.
So Gavin liked this plot with her, and I think it's pretty decent. But I was like, nope, it's about amnesia. Chris is gonna dislike it.
So wait, how many do I do this?
This is the last one for 4.2. But yeah. They've posed the moral quandary of Final Fantasy XIV that is equivalent to, if you could go back in time and kill baby Hitler, would you do it? But that's who you... And she already did the crimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's completely different.
It's like, I'm talking about like the morality of doing the act, though.
I mean, are we gonna get to see them tell her what she's done? That's all I care about at this point. The fact that they haven't done it now still confuses me, even with your argument.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha.
Wait, no one was keeping an eye on him?
You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
You're not gonna believe this, but...
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
That is her character now, yes.
Yes.
Still better than smoking, but...
Dango. How dreadful.
Oh, what, do you not like it? Delivery of those lines kind of sounded
Very
like
well.
a me.
In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
In private? I don't know about that one.
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
What about the other guys? I hope I can talk to them if we're in the room after this. Aww. Did I miss something? Wasn't the agreement that it'd be a trade of prisoners? Why are they giving up the Doman prisoners?
I mean, the Empire's gonna give you the Doman prisoners even if you don't give them Yatsuyu, because he's like, it's goodwill. We're the good guys.
Okay.
But if Yatsuyu does remember, you'll give her back. That's the agreement. But if
I
she
thought it
doesn't,
was at
just
the
give her
I thought it was at the time of the agreement, like right now.
No, it's at the time of the prisoner exchange, which will come later.
Oh, okay. Like, I kind of hope he's actually just a good guy without any funny strings attached, and like, you know, like, because the game's called Final Fantasy, so like it's totally possible, but you know, I have my doubts. These guys still just chill here. He's right. I hate their little airship. I hate it so much.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting.
Why did you say the first sentence like that?
Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Okay.
Mark me,
Minkus.
savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
He's evil!
Oh, well, there we go.
Flash.
Hold on, maybe he has a tragic backstory.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come.
Oops.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
I just got hooked silly.
What in the...
Wow, how convenient.
It's Xenos!
How
There
convenient
he is.
that he's here right now.
He's coming.
No, just one! Cut him down!
Oh no.
No, guys, don't do it. Why was that one so much louder? new sword for my collection.
This is when he learned the samurai sword is cool.
Thank you, sir.
Whoa, it's so long and curvy. Whoa.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne?
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
His fucking voice.
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Zenos Ye Galvas.
Another good
Legatus of
jest.
The 12th, the crown bloody prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Zenos.
Chris, he's the biggest Xenos fan ever. And you killed Xenos.
No, I didn't.
Well, he killed himself.
He killed himself. We gotta tell him that.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Why do you have brown eyebrows but green hair? It vexes me. Oh, no, wait, no. I put green eyebrows on him. Never mind.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire.
I just look done with him.
My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Whoa, calm down, shorty.
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
Okay, bye. Off it goes.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Why even bother telling it to me in private?
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Zenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren.
You should have had a memory of him just sitting in his house eating cereal. We got a rather important memory again.
Yeah, you said that about Fordola too. You said we should get Fordola eating cereal memory.
Okay, but here's how we still glean something important from it. He's eating a bowl of a cereal called Zenos.
Alright.
And in the background, you can see like 20 boxes in his cabinet.
Alright. Now I'm on board.
I think they should hire me.
But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
Man, I wanted to like him, and then he did that for no reason. You think he'd want to, like, keep up the guys or something, but nah. This doesn't make any sense if you ask me.
Well, I mean, the problem is that Ian has to keep up the guys between him and... because they are at a disadvantage in the circumstances.
Look, they explained it, kind of.
Also, yeah, they do have some Garlean prisoners beyond Yatsuyu. He said it.
Okay. Well, that was a disappointment.
At least it wasn't entirely about Yatsuyu's amnesia, just mostly.
We'll get to it eventually, maybe. Fucking thumbs up emote. These are all useless.
Yeah.
Are you saying healers had to wait a whole patch?
I don't remember, they might have.
Scary music.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift.
A gun.
That's a pretty round gun.
Scarlian technology.
I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It would have been so funny if it flashed back to that exact shot that it faded out on.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
What's happening there?
Okay, but like, why would he not tell her? I don't get it.
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Wow.
He's healed from suicide.
Wow, hilarious.
They've done it.
Have you ever watched JoJo Part 5?
No, I haven't gotten to part 5 yet.
Where blood and gore and attacks are so prevalent that anything that happens in combat is meaningless. I'm starting to get that with this game, and that's very not good. Like, you know, I say, oh, if they died off camera, then that means they didn't die, is like a joke that's based in fact, but I really do hate that a lot. Because everything does it. And it makes me angry. And they did it 3 times in one patch. It's like, okay. Okay, guys. Let's just slow down a bit. Alright, yeah, let's let actions have consequences here.
Don't count Xenos. He died on camera and he's back. And that's actually, you're supposed to be wondering why.
His sword had healing juice in it that would bring him back after 30 minutes when everyone fucked off. Or something. Like, what do we even do with the body? Did we just leave it there? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense. But you know, whatever. Fucking whatever, dude. Anyway, let's get dinner, because it's 10 p.m. And then get back on it until they kick me off, presumably.
This is exactly when we finished yesterday.
Exactly?
Let me check. Can I still see it?
If we go to
I can't see.
Call
okay,
that lasted. Wait, oh,
no,
wow.
but the last thing I did talk about was the data centers, and that was at 10:09 p.m. and it's 10:06 p.m. That's the last thing we talked about in the call was the data centers, and I posted data centers at 10:09.
Yeah, that was when I ended stream.
So it's about the same exact time.
Crazy.
Like 10 minutes.
Oh my god, and I have new drivers available, so maybe the game will look even better.
Whoa.
Wow. Alright. Yes, we'll be back. I'll have a sandwich and some water. And then we'll see what the other patches have. Hooray!
4.3. There's only 4.4, 4.5, and 0.55 after that.
And maybe 0.56.
No.
Slip that one in there.
Is the last story.
And then Hildebrand. Hooray! But if I happen to finish all the patches, then Hildebrand will probably be sometime in between Gavin shenanigans. If not, then I'll just do it beforehand.
Ooh.
We'll see how it goes. It's gonna be like Majora's Mask. It's gonna be like 4 a.m. and the ground's gonna start shaking, and we're gonna just hear a clock chime go off. Yes. I'm rushing to complete the last patch or something. But now I'm gonna just do it casually, cause like whatever. Whatever, man.
This is the Final Fantasy XIV amnesia part. Everyone gets one. This is Final Fantasy XIV.
Well, we don't know what happens in Endwalker. Or beyond. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream right now.